Yeah, probably. And shit, it wouldn't even show up in the chart. Yeah, this is the report.
This guy sitting here asked him about a man. He said he turned himself in. Huh? He said he turned himself in.
White guy?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
just processing it. I mean,
Wait, nobody with him?
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's
Yeah, he kind of. Where's Bennett?
Just tell me. Yeah.
You want to put it down?
Good morning.
How to do three people's jobs.
The Louis Committee on Parole is ready to start our hearings today.
Okay.
We are here in Baton Rouge. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Pete Freeman. We have Mr. Steve Prater virtually. We're currently at the Baton Rouge Parish Prison, and we have staff and support here. Yes, sure. Who do you have there, Lieutenant Murphy?
I have
Just yourself.
Korey Crockett.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have Korey Crockett, Terry Moore, and Jeremy Jones.
Okay, great. Anyone support for staff? Are you the only staff person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I have them in a cell up here in booking. So who do y'all just as y'all need them? I'll get them pulled in here.
Korey Crockett first. Korey Crockett.
Korey Crockett. I'll grab him for you.
Thank you.
I think he's trying to talk to us.
Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So, is Mr. Crockett there now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry about that.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Pete Freeman. We also have Mr. Steve Prater virtually. You're before this panel today. It's 9:16 and we're at East Baton Rouge Parish. Let me make note of that. But you're in this hearing today to address violations to your parole. I'm going to read some information to your file and then we're going to have a little discussion, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, do you have in front of you a piece of paper that called a parole revocation questionnaire?
Oh, right here. Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney for today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Crockett, this panel finds that you're a fifth felony offender, that you were on parole from August 2023 until you were detained in 2024. I'm going to read the allegations against you, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Third, number three, condition number three says that you failed to report a current address. Numerous attempts were made at the address of record, but all of them were unsuccessful. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty with a statement.
Number four, you engaged in criminal conduct as evidenced by your arrest on or about 7/7/2024 by the Baton Rouge Police Department for domestic abuse battery. We note that on 8/12/2024, the state dismissed the charge on a letter presented by the DA's office by the victim. How do you plead?
Not guilty to that.
Okay. And number 10, you failed to make payments toward your supervision fees, and you're currently $567 in arrears.
I plead not guilty with a statement to all three questions, ma'am.
And we'll get to that statement here in just a little bit. In attendance today, we have two individuals in your support. We have one here at headquarters, Veronica Green, your fiance, who wishes to speak in your behalf. Ms. Green, if you'll stand at the podium and address the board. You stand looking towards the behind the podium.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good right there. So what would you like to tell us?
Oh, he have a job or whatever, and he's ready for society.
Okay. Were you the victim in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he hold you on the bed?
He have a job and he's ready for society.
No, I'm not worried about all that. Did he hold you on the bed?
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but. Okay. Thank you very much. We also have Latendra Stewart. family friend that would like to speak on Zoom. Okay, she's not available now. So at this time, Mr. Crockett, if you'll answer some questions by Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Crockett, so what went down? Why were y'all arguing?
It was over, really nothing, just misunderstanding, like a normal misunderstanding. There was no licks or nothing thrown. Wasn't even a fight, nothing occurred.
There was a knife involved. You did have a knife to your wrist.
No, no, sir, I never attempt to hurt myself or harm myself.
Okay, well, what did you have the knife for?
I never had a knife.
Wow, okay, now you did totally change your story. Even at the preliminary hearing, you said you had a knife to protect yourself.
No, the statements on that doesn't state that I had the knife to protect myself. No, sir.
What you had the knife for?
The knife was just in the room and I just moved it out of the way.
Okay, but you didn't have.
I didn't have no possession of a knife
right?
to hurt myself, sir.
Okay, but you did have two witnesses to this. And now she has recanted her story, but there was two other witnesses also. I have no further questions.
You said you had a statement for number 3 allegations there. Number 3. So tell me, what is your statement for number 3?
Could you repeat the question, please, ma'am?
I will. It says on number 3, you failed to report a current address. Numerous attempts were made at the address of record, but all were unsuccessful.
Hey, ma'am, I had a stroke in October and I had to go away from that address so I could get took care of.
And as a 5th felony offender, you don't know how to reach out to your probation and parole officer and let them know?
Yes, ma'am, me and I had discussed it about my stroke and everything.
I don't see any notes in the record.
I'm talking about once I was right during the preliminary hearing. I was in bad shape, ma'am. And I apologize for it. I just was asking the board, would they give me another chance to prove myself, please?
Okay, so it was less than a year that you've been out this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Less than a year. There was pretty clear police report as to what happened. So you're saying what they said happened did not happen?
No, man, we just had an argument, man. It wasn't nothing, wasn't no physical contact. I don't know how it all got mixed up like this, but it wasn't a physical contact. It's just a misunderstanding, an argument.
And that's where you were going to live to get better after your stroke?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater, questions?
Ma'am?
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions for the?
No, ma'am.
When we have a clear report of what happened, you know, as a convicted felon, you're not even supposed to have a knife in your possession.
Well, it was a knife for cutting for watermelon. I can't cut, you know, for fruit. It wasn't no knife no knife of no weapon or nothing that you pack around. It's a house knife. You cut fruits with.
And why didn't you pay your fees?
Ma'am, I haven't been able to work, ma'am. I had a stroke, a serious stroke, and Baton Rouge General Rehabilitation Center, I've been there. And Dr. Joseph Freeman, that's my primary care doctor.
So, according to your fiance, you have a job waiting for you.
Well, yes, ma'am. I'm back in the condition to work now.
So, when you left prison the last time, you were in a transitional work program?
Yes, ma'am, in work release.
And where was that job?
That was in Roanoke, Louisiana.
So you could
metal plate galvanizing.
you paroled out to a different area and couldn't keep that job?
Yes, ma'am, I came back home to Baton Rouge and the job, I couldn't keep the job. It was in Roanoke. That was a long ways from here. And right after I talked to Miss Lori on video call in October, I had a stroke.
So, I mean, I'm sitting here looking at the file, and our agents do a good job of notating each contact, even if it's more than once a day. And I see no information in this packet that indicated that you contacted her to change residence or that you had a stroke or anything.
We had one video call, and that was October, ma'am. That was before my stroke. After my stroke, I didn't have no contact with her. I'm being honest.
Saying, so you were supposed to, after you had your stroke, let her know where you were going. So she can't supervise someone she can't find.
Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely correct.
So, okay, do we have now, Ms. Stewart, did she join us? No. Ms. Stewart, is that, are you, a family friend?
I'm a friend of the family, ma'am. Good
Okay,
morning.
Good morning. Would you like to make a statement, on behalf of Mr. Crockett?
Yes, ma'am, I would. I'm a friend of the family, and KOREY CROCKETT has worked for my son and I with Tiger Paw Roofing. And yes, he had a stroke, and I also was directing him and helping him to get back on his feet in reference to, helped him locate a doctor. When he's in when you get ill, you really can't think straight as far as who you need to call or whenever, because you're hospitalized. But I was there to witness what he was going through. And I also have a job waiting for him because he worked for me and my son, and he did an excellent job. So I also have a job waiting for him if he need one at Tiger Paw Roofing here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You're welcome.
I want to ask, Mr. Crockett, where do you plan to reside if you were released?
2920 Sherwood Street.
With whom? Who lives there?
My fiance.
The same one who's who was the potential victim in this?
Yes, ma'am. But, I would like to speak on this part. Our Butterfly it's a program I was going to take and involve myself into a domestic program to better things on how to control situations if they occur in this matter. But we wouldn't have any problems like that. Like, we don't fight or nothing. It just was a misunderstanding, ma'am. And I would appreciate it if y'all would give me another try, please.
Okay. I think the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Crockett, the time for taking those classes is before you come up for revocation, so that it didn't happen. You've had a history of domestic abuse battery in your past, so.
Well, if you read the background of that, that was a very toxic thing, and the lady that was doing it to me, she was just doing it on the strength of what I'm trying to fight for now, a custody battle of a little girl, 5-year-old baby, and she's the lady doing it to me.
But I'm looking at the facts of the case, not the background.
Yes,
Facts are that you have had a history. There was police brought out. There was some allegations. I see some evidence that there was some abuse that had gone on, because we have witnesses to this. My vote today, I find you guilty of number 3 and 4 and 10. So my vote is to revoke. Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same, and I'm not giving comment on what went down, but My vote is the same.
Mr. Prater.
Did he be revoked, violations of 3, 4, and 10?
Thank you very much, sir. Today, your parole has been revoked.
How much time I got? Let's go with it. Let's go with it. They were voting.
You gonna bring him? Um. Good morning. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we are impaneled in Baton Rouge. My name is Jerry Ledoux. I'm chairing. To my right is Pete Freeman, and on virtual we have Mr. Steve Prater. And who do we have there, sir? Could you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number? And you're still muted. Thank you, Lieutenant Murphy.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning? My name is Jeremy Jones. My DOC number is 723-046.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. What we're going to be doing is reading some information, some little housekeeping details, and then we'll be asking some questions. And we also have some people who are here in support of you. But first, I'd like to find out, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you that you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney to be here today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you're a second-class offender and you are on parole starting, no, I don't have that right here, but you were charged with violating your parole in that you had some criminal conduct. I'm going to read this charge against you, and you need to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the statement. Okay. Okay. Number 4 says you were involved in criminal activity as evidenced by the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office for domestic abuse, battery, child endangerment. It notes that on 7/15/2024, the state dismissed the charges. How do you plead on that allegation?
Not guilty.
Number 6, you failed to obtain employment. How do you plead?
Not guilty. I could plead not guilty with a statement to that.
Guilty with the statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And number 10, you failed to pay supervision fees and you're currently $378 in arrears.
Not guilty.
Okay. We have some individuals here today who would like to speak on your behalf, and we will allow them to do that at this time before we get into the questioning. We have Donald Stevenson, your grandfather. Sir, if you would like to stand and address the panel and let us know what you have to say.
Now, my name is Donald Stevenson. That's my grandson. And I just lost my son. His dad, a couple of weeks ago. And grandson, he's not really no bad child. And what he charged with, the girl came on his premise, messing with him. And he had a child, a big child, and I made sure he get a job and everything. I'm six years old and I be there for him.
Oh, my condolences on the loss of your son and father. I'm very sorry that you had to deal with that. Thank you for coming. Appreciate that. Also, your mother, Campbell.
Okay. I just wanted to let you guys know, there he is with that child. He didn't make a few mistakes in the past, and he has grown from that. He's okay. He's grown from that, and he has a baby that has been in the NICU for over 6 weeks, and he just recently came home, and the mother is stressed out by herself trying to do everything on her own, sick child. And also I am his mother, and I was born with his father, and we just lost him. I have a house full of teenage boys, and I need some guidance. I need some help, and he would be a big help in my home.
Thank you.
Yes, I had wrote on the back that I want to say, but I'm his grandmother, because I couldn't speak.
Yes, you speak.
Yeah, so, Jeremy is my grandson, and, like I said, I'm a hard-working grandmother, and I just lost my son maybe a month ago, and it's his father, and I know Jeremy made mistakes in the past, but he has really realized that you have to grow, he's grown, and he's trying to get his life stable. And I helped her with the children, you know, carpooling and taking them to school and back and forth, plus I work. So it'll be a big help for Jeremy to get out and try to lead by example to his younger brothers, since their father's deceased and stuff, and help with his sick little baby. And I appreciate it, considered I'm a spirit-filled woman, and I'm a hard-working woman, and I help him to get a job as well and pay his back fees. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jones, you're very blessed to have family support. I'd like to address what happened in this allegation. Because there is some evidence that there is some harm done to this victim. What was the name of your victim?
The person who had pressed the charge, her name was Marquivia Black.
Okay. And what happened in that incident? Tell me your side of the story.
Well, the reason why she was even there because that was somebody who I used to deal with, and she got into her and her sister had a fight, and she ain't had nowhere to go. She felt unsafe at home by herself. So that's why we accepted her inside. So she was just there for to be there over the night. And she had a fight with her sister. That's the only reason why she had a bruise on her. It was not for me. When she came there, she found out that my girlfriend was pregnant. And then when she found out my girlfriend was pregnant, she got in her feelings, and she went to calling chaos, and she called the police. And she just made it to where it looked like I was the one who caused her harm. But you had a fight before you even got to us. That's the wrong reason why you was at our house, because you had a fight. You said you was scared. You didn't want to be at your house alone.
Okay. So she is not the mother of the child that you just had.
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Me and her don't have no dealings. We don't even communicate.
Well, why did you let her in your house?
Because we was dealing with each other at the time. That was, we had history before. She was a friend at the time. And I was just trying to help her out.
So where would you live if you were released?
With my baby mother.
So the witness stated that she heard the argument that happened.
Right.
So what were you arguing about?
Because we tried to see when she found out about that my girlfriend was pregnant, she went to call it chaos. So we asking her to leave, and she just wouldn't leave. So we arguing about her leaving.
Who is we? Who else was involved? Who was at this house?
Me, it's my baby mother's house. Me, her, my sister, her cousin. It was like 5 of us. It was just a big old argument, like 5 of us in the house.
So where are all these other people who said that it didn't happen? Why aren't they here?
Because the charges were dismissed, and they were there at trial.
And we have evidence of the victim having injury to her eye and the back of her head. How did she get those injuries?
Her and her sister had a fight. That's the reason why she was there, because her and her sister had a fight. She said she was scared. Me and her ain't never had no physical altercation at all.
Mr. Freeman, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Mr. Prater?
No me have questions.
So, have you ever had any anger management classes?
Yes, ma'am. I had one in the past.
Did you learn how to avoid situations like this?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Why didn't you take that tact? I mean, you're on parole.
Right.
You know what your full term date is? Do you know?
2031.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to go into an executive session.
I'll, make a motion for executive session.
Steve Freeman?
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux? Yeah. Steve Freeman? Yeah.
Somebody needed. They went into. Say again? I think it's muted, because they in another room. Yeah, he's violating.
No. No. I'm sorry. Mhm. I'm keeping on again. McLean. Okay. When I finish with this roll board in, I'll take care of it. I'll give a buzz and make sure he's on the list.
Okay, the time is now 9:54 and the parole committee is reconvening. Mr. Jones, as I noted earlier, you do have some very good support. For the life of me, I have no way to understand why that victim or potential victim, whoever, was in that house with you and those kinds of situations. I don't understand. Okay?
You say don't understand what, ma'am?
I don't understand why Ms. Black was in that house with you guys in that kind of tumultuous situation. That makes no sense to me.
She was a
You got two girlfriends hanging out. I mean, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyway, I'm going to be voting first because of your support and because of the situation. I don't have any.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chairman, but before we vote, did I miss us voting to come out of executive session?
We did.
No, we did not vote to come out.
Jerry Ledoux? Here. Steve Freeman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Prater, for that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So today I am going to not revoke you, but you're going to have some special conditions. You're going to be immediately caught up on your fees. You are going to go to the, and that's only my vote. They take anger management at the day reporting center and have absolutely no contact with the potential victim in the situation. You are backing up a lot of time. You've got to get right. And family, if he fails, you're all going down. Because I mean, okay, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, my vote is the same. Go to the day reporting center, your probation officer will set it up, take anger management class. Absolutely no contact with Makisha Black.
Yes, sir.
You understand? No contact. He was not to ever stay at your house again.
Most
Okay.
definitely. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prater.
Reluctantly concur with everyone else. I think everybody on this panel is kind of scared of you. We're not scared of you physically. We're scared you're gonna screw up again. This is your last chance, okay? You'll be in jail for another 10 years if you don't get straight this time.
Yes, sir.
Don't give us a reason to have you before us again, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so today you've not been revoked. You do have special conditions placed upon you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank all of y'all.
You have a seat in the chair right there? And let me ask you if you have that.
Yes, sir. I'm nervous.
Good morning, sir. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled here in Baton Rouge. And serving on the panel today remotely is Mr. Steve Prater. To my right is Mr. Freeman. My name is Ms. Ledoux. Would you introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Terry Moore. My DOC number is 579414.
Okay. Mr. Moore, you're before this panel for allegations of violation of your parole conditions. Before we get started, do you see a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you that you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney to be here today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to read some allegations against you, and I need you to plead either guilty, not guilty, or guilty with statement. Allegation number 4, you were arrested on 6/10/2024 by the Baton Rouge Police Department for battery of a dating partner. You were actually billed with 12 counts of battery under docket DC 24-02866. You pled guilty to the reduced charge of 2 counts of disturbing the peace by fisticuffing encounter on 8/12/2024. How do you plead?
I pleaded guilty with a statement.
Mr. Moore, we have on speaker Andrea Watson, who wanted to make a comment, and we're going to allow her to do that now.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Watson.
Yes, good morning. I want to say, I do believe that there is capable of being in the society. Our incident that happened. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. Our incident that happened, he didn't actually physically put his hands on me.
Okay, did you have a protective order against him at some point?
At some point, yes, I did.
And you're telling me it was not active?
Yes, I believe it was not active.
How many times have you called the police because of domestic concerns in the past?
I'm sorry?
How many times have you called the police because of domestic concerns in the past?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Give me a good guess.
Maybe 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times against Mr. Moore. Okay, thank you for your comments today. I'll go ahead and put you on mute. You can listen to the rest of the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore,
Yes, ma'am.
there's a note in the file that police have been called to your residence to this home multiple times for domestic abuse concerns. Are you saying you've never battered your Miss Watson?
No, ma'am. She only called them on a Miss Watson only called the police out of protection. The same that what I do, I call the police for protection and on behalf of not having no one to call upon. So I understand her reasons for calling the police.
Okay. So why did you plead to a amended charge?
The reason I pled to the charge, because it was told to me, like I pled to a lesser charge because I feel like it'll get me out the boat, but for some apparent reason, I wish I could have took it to trial, could have got it dismissed, thrown out, as Andrea speak up on my behalf, she wanted to get the charge dropped and thrown out. But I went on and try to get it out the way, get it dropped to a lesser charge, thinking the best of the situation. But I should have never even pled guilty to nothing. Should have just went to trial and went through the issue. I try to get this thing handled early so I can be able to get up out of jail faster. But as of now, as I'm sitting in here, it has been 4 months. And it's been 2 months since I've been sitting in jail with no courts or nothing. I'm just sitting on and was waiting on you guys.
So how long were you out on parole?
I recently had got out of reentry here, April 19th. I was out of jail maybe only 50 days. I went home immediately, got a job, fell in motion of paying bills, and I immediately got a job. I got out that Friday and I was working Monday. I gained 6 checks. From there, we had a disagreement that was called with the police, which got me transferred to the prison. So all that could have been avoided. It was a phone call that was just mistakenly called. I understand the reason why though, but
Why? She said she's afraid of you. Why would she have said she was afraid of you?
why would she say she is afraid of me? Honestly, Andrea deals with like anxiety, depression, and I was being passive assertive. It was never aggression at all. It was just me speaking my voice, and I never really get loud at all with her. So, it surprised her with me getting loud. I always talk passive aggressive, assertive. Ask you is you all right, ask if everything's going well. But for some apparent reason, that particular day, that particular morning, we had got loud, and she stormed.
You had a knife?
No,
Right.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
So the police report tells us.
No one never had a knife in a situation, ever. No one never had a knife.
Okay, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. How many times have you been under supervision by either the police or the Department of Corrections?
To be honest, sir, I've been on parole since 2016 from a simple burglary charge. Like when small teeniest things like this happen, it keeps me in prison with a hole so I can't burn out. So I've been under supervision since 2016, under parole.
Okay, were you ordered as part of your parole not to be in contact with this person?
Before I got out of prison, I was told to not contact Andrea. It violated me once before on parole. I got out. I had my address to Andrea, 855 Carrollton Avenue, and that's why I got paroled to. And from what I know, it was no active restraining order, nothing like that. It was a time that my PO at the time, Robin Doxson, she had put a restraining order on me on the behalf of it, and I sent a text message to Andrea, and that what had violated me at the time. But me and Andrea we don't have no type of deflection. That was only a mad moment. We don't, it'll only be an argument that just dispersed. So when she get angry, she'll call the police. And that's the only reason why the police get called in matters. When it should be talked about, it should be talked like grown humans. It's never been a physical altercation. It's always been a verbal altercation.
I don't have any other questions.
I have no questions, but I mean, just a word of advice. This is not a good way to be on parole with the police getting called all the time.
All the time, right?
Right. Okay. I don't have any questions.
And I'm not a bad person at all.
If you were let go today, where would you go?
I would go with my mom's house. My mom's, she'll take me in. I'll be able to get a job. I got a job immediately when I leave and get out of here. I do floors, but I have a job immediately. I have transportation. I'll be around my kids.
What's gonna happen if Miss Watson doesn't like that arrangement?
No, we come to agreement to, we most definitely came to agreement to have an understanding on the situation. She's not gonna have no problem with that at all. I'm pretty sure she could tell you that.
I'd go into executive session.
Make a motion for executive session.
I'll second it.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Prater,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yeah.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yeah.
Steve Prater.
Okay, we have returned from executive session. I needed to take that opportunity to clarify this report that I was reading. Mr. Moore, you pled guilty to criminal mischief. You have a history with this victim, and you had a protective order that was drawn up, and it's been violated. And so today my vote is going to be to revoke your parole based on pleading guilty to number 4. Mr. Freeman
I concur.
and Mr. Prater.
Curry violated condition 4, and the he needs to stay away from this woman.
So today, sir, your parole has been revoked. So it's 10:20, and that concludes our business at the Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back on the line and call her.
Hey, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is the panel. Today, we are hearing offenders at Tangipahoa Parish Jail. I'm serving as chair. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Pete Freeman, and on virtual is Mr. Steve Prater. Who do we have staffing there at Tangipahoa? Are there any staff members in the room? Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Johnson?
He's on mute.
There's none. Okay.
Can you state your name, sir?
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is hearing an offender there at Tangipahoa Parish Jail. Is there any staff member there that's can identify themselves?
Just walked out.
Okay. Well, sir, You're before the panel today. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. On virtual is Mr. Steve Prater, and we're going to be conducting this hearing. Would you introduce yourself and your GOC number for the record?
Donnie Johnson, 503224.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to be reading some information into the record, and after that, we're going to be asking you some questions. Also in attendance today here at headquarters is your mother, Diane Johnson, and she wants to speak on your behalf, and we will let her do that, okay?
Okay.
Sir, we find that you are a second-class offender. You're currently serving a 25-year sentence for distribution of heroin and possession with the intent to distribute fentanyl. You have a parole eligibility date just passed, September 14th, 2024. You have an adjusted good time date of March 19th, 2026, and a full term date of 6/15/2043. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will note that you have earned 360 days of good time credit for
Yes, ma'am.
program while you've been incarcerated. Mr. Johnson, are you currently in the transitional work program?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you working?
At Cooper Consolidated
And where is that located?
in Huntsville, Louisiana.
I'm sorry, where?
Huntsville, Louisiana.
Pineville, okay. And you're currently housed in Tangipahoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all drive that every day?
Ma'am.
You drive there every day?
No, ma'am. We be on a boat. I work on a boat.
I see, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot more sense than having to drive all the way
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
Okay. So how long have you been in transitional work program?
For 25 months.
And do you like it?
Yes, ma'am. I love it.
You making some money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Haven't had a write-up since you've been on the boat?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, Donnie, I don't know if you're aware that in the past, people who were found with possession with the intent to distribute heroin were charged with life.
Yes, ma'am.
You're aware that fentanyl is even more deadly than heroin?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you a user or just a seller?
A seller?
So you didn't use your own product? You didn't?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So why were you selling?
I made some bad decisions and didn't know any better. And I regret. I take full accountability of my choices.
So when you get a 25-year sentence for possession with the intent to distribute fentanyl, did you feel like you got a good break there?
Yes, ma'am, because I was offered lesser time, but I didn't take it. So the sentence that I received, I feel that it was more time to give me a more eye opener and get rehabilitated in the class that I took.
You know, a lot of people who were within the prison walls would love to have the opportunity to be working on a boat while they're incarcerated, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's like creme de la creme of the transition work program jobs. You're not skinning chicken or something. Okay, do my colleagues have any questions?
How much money do you have in your account?
Well, I didn't get an update on my receipt, but I believe like 60,000.
That is great. Okay. Have you sent any home to family members?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how often you send money home to your family members?
But they only let you do it for like holidays and for when school starts.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, I'm glad you saved that much. That's amazing. You're gonna have a good start when you get out there. The problem is what you do with it.
Yes, sir.
So if you go buy a pet mower, you end up next time being in life.
No, I'm not doing it no more. I'm not doing that anymore. I have accepted Christ in my life from the Celebrate Recovery class. And so dealing is not part of my plans anymore.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you a question. I've got on the records I'm looking at, I see 2 charges. And one is the arrest date is 9/2/2022. That's a misprint or something, and that's the wrong deal. You weren't out in 2022, were you?
No, sir. I've been locked up since February of 2018.
Okay. All right. Well, that was I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. And so you've been locked up from really 2017, correct?
Yes, 2018, February of 2018.
Okay. And so that's 6 years, and you sold 2 times to undercover people, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so that's a pretty good lick for 2 distribution charges. And you're gonna get out next year anyway, correct?
No, sir. In 2026.
Okay. Okay, March of 2026. And why, just tell me this, why should I believe you?
Well, I have bettered myself. I can read the letter that I had wrote.
Yes, sir, I've read your file and I've studied it. I just want you to convince me that you deserve to go ahead and get out. And that's because I don't know you and you don't know me, and
Yes,
it's kind
sir.
of like a job interview. I just want you to sell yourself to me.
Okay, I take full responsibility of my choices and the negative impact they have had. Since my incarceration, I have actively sought opportunities for self-employment and rehabilitation, participating in counseling, educational programs, and vocational training has given me insight into the consequences of my actions and the importance of making amends. I want to assure you that I am committed to leading a law-abiding life upon release. I have learned valuable lessons from these experiences, and primary focus is on contributing positively to society. I am genuinely remorseful for the pain I have caused and determined to use this opportunity for personal growth and redemptions.
Okay. Are you gonna work at the same place when you get out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I got.
Oh, where are you gonna live? You gonna move up that way?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna move with my mother first, and then I'm gonna try to find me a house in the area so I can be close to my job.
Well, I'd like to ask you, so other than, I mean, would it be to your advantage to stay in and continue working at the transitional work program now?
Madam?
Would there be any disadvantage for you staying in and just continuing to work at the transitional work program?
Staying in and completing working? Well,
Yeah.
I have,
2026. Just staying in and continue working until 2026.
Okay, well, I would like to be able to help my mother because she's disabled, and to be there to help her, to give her a hand on, because she's the only one living at home right now. That's why I was going to live with her until I'll be able to find me somewhere to go.
Okay, well, this is a great segue. She's here today and we're going to allow her to speak.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, if you'd like to go to the podium and address us. And
Excuse me, I gotta get a motion on the door. But my name is Diane Johnson. I'm Donnie Johnson's mother. And I had back surgery. I had 74 staples in my back. I have I have 2 discs, both screws. I'm going on the 24th to have surgery. As you can see, I have a knot here.
And I feel like, you know, that he learned his lesson. He never been in jail this long. And I also built his credit up for him, that when he come home, he have a line of credit, that where he can be ready for society. And I feel like, you know, he's ready, and you only get one chance in life, and I hope that he get granted today, that he have learned his lesson. And, you know, we make our own choices in life. So if he allowed parole today, and he decided to go back down the old road, which I feel like he's not gonna go down the old road, then he's gonna be okay. I know you hear this all the time, that people say what they're gonna do and they return back. I have endured a lot of tragedy within my life, within the last 9 years. I lost Officer Darrell Holloway, which is my son's father, due to Travis Ball. And I've been, you know, visiting my son to keep above the water, to keep me going. And I'm over excited, overwhelmed today to see him. And I prefer him to be home because I'm a broken down Shelly. And if he grant that today, I'll be more than happy. And if not, I understand. I can't do no more than that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, when you've only served how many years? 6 years. You've been in since
6 years and 8 months.
on a 25-year sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
You know why you got that high of a sentence? Because of fentanyl. Fentanyl is very unforgiving. And there's just so many people who have lost their lives to that. And you,
Yes, ma'am.
now,
When I spoke with the detective that arrested him, he told me it was just heroin. I didn't never hear nothing about fentanyl.
Charge with them.
it's in the record.
No, I was just angry, so I wouldn't know about that.
Today, Mr. Johnson, you know, I think that you're doing a great job where you are on the boat. I think it's a really, really grand opportunity you're making today. My vote today is going to be to deny you because of the length of time served. Don't think that you, you know, it's only not even a third of your sentence yet. And so my vote is to deny. Mr. Freeman?
I concur, Mr. Johnson, but you're doing great.
You are.
You know, keep saving that money. Save it for and get out, take care of your mother. But you know, you gotta serve at least 33% of your time, me, anyway, so. My vote is to, deny.
Mr. Prater?
I'll stick with the panel, but I want to tell Mr. Johnson, I think you're doing great. Just want to remind you that the reason some people talk about a victimless crime, and Ms. Ledoux touched on it. You know, it's not a victimless crime when you sell somebody heroin or you sell somebody fentanyl or even cocaine. Whatever, it's not a victimless crime, and so that's what you're kind of paying back society. But I think you've done an excellent job in jail, and your attitude is great. You're respectful. You're making a lot of money. You're seeing you're making more money now, and you're gonna have a lot more than selling dope. I'm telling you. So you're on the right path, and I appreciate the attitude that you got. But I agree with them. Hadn't even served a third of your sentence, and there's some reason the judge gave you that much. So I concur with the denial.
Mr. Johnson, we really wish you well. I hope that it goes well and you get out and you're very successful. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 26.
March of 2026. We are finished with our business there and Tangipahoa, and we're signing off at 10:48.
Donnie Johnson. Shannon Bertrand. Shannon Bertrand.
Good morning. The time is now 10:55, and we're going to be hearing an offender at the CACACEU Correctional Center. The panel today, members serving to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman, virtually, Mr. Steve Prater. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Okay. Did you hear what I said already, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have staff in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Shannon Bertrand. I forgot my DOCs.
Okay. What is your date of birth?
October 1st, 1987.
What month and day? October 1st, you said?
Yes, ma'am. 1987.
Okay. Let the record reflect your DOC number is 623647. So we're going to be conducting the hearing, but before we do, I'd like to see if you have a parole revocation questionnaire. You don't have any paperwork with you today?
No, I don't got no questionnaire. No. No, I don't.
Look, do you recognize that as your signature? Dated 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the answers to that questionnaire indicates that you do not need appointed counsel. You're not eligible. Did you hire an attorney for today's hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I am going to read some allegations against you for violating your parole, and you're going to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. You were arrested by the CACACEU Parish Sheriff's Office on 5/21/2024 for the crimes of aggravated domestic abuse, felony, and false imprisonment, which is a misdemeanor. These charges were downgraded to criminal mischief misdemeanor, in which you pled guilty 7/16/2024. How do you plead?
Well, I did plead guilty to criminal mischief.
So you plead guilty to criminal mischief. Okay. Number 10, you've never made payments towards your fees, and you're currently $569 in arrears. How do you plead?
Plead guilty to that.
So you were released August of last year, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We do have your sister, Shalisa Bertrand, who is joining us via Zoom, that would like to speak on your behalf, and we'll let her do that now. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and just address us with what you want us to know.
Hello, my name is Shalisa Bertrand. I'm Shannon Bertrand's sister. And I just wanted to take this time and thank y'all for giving me this time to speak. And I was just speaking on my brother's behalf, just saying that he's a very loving person. He has children out here that needs him. He has a son that is a star player that's about to soon graduate that needs him home, a daughter. He's able to hold down a job, and he has a house that is still, rent still being paid for whenever he is released. And Shannon, he helps my mom a lot. He helps us all out a lot. He's a very caring person. He helps with our children, his nieces and nephews. And we would just, hopefully he'll be able to come home.
Thank you very much for being with us, Ms. Bertrand.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Mr. Bertrand, do you answer questions by Mr. Freeman?
Okay, good morning, Mr. Bertrand. Tell me what went on. What happened? Why were you arrested?
Okay, it was the morning. Me and my girlfriend, we had a argument, a disagreement, and like I believe the neighbors heard us arguing because we live in an apartment, and the neighbors, I think the neighbors, somebody called the police. And then once the police arrived, my girlfriend, she Hispanic, she could barely speak English. So when she was trying to explain to them, they don't know we were just arguing, and they couldn't really understand her. So they end up just taking me to the parish jail, and like about a month later, she ended up signing an affidavit form on my behalf. So that's pretty much really that happened that really led to my arrest.
Okay, was there a knife involved?
Excuse me?
Was there a knife involved?
No, I didn't have a knife. When the police came inside, she was holding a knife at the kitchen. And she ended up giving it to him. But they seen her with it.
Did you grab her by the arm and throw her on the bed?
A bottle? No.
Okay, was she trying to leave and you wouldn't let her?
When the police came, I was trying to tell the police I wanted her out, but she didn't want to leave. We was just like arguing behind the whole situation, stuff that going on in the phone she didn't like.
That's not making sense according to the arrest report, because I mean, she sent emails to her church saying she was trying to get out of there and you wouldn't let her leave. So what's that about? I mean, she just made the emails up or what?
I don't know, like we was talking, and then I ended up telling her that I wanted her to leave because it's some stuff that she seen in my phone, and some stuff that we could basically just arguing behind everything. So she seen stuff in the phone, and I wanted her to leave, but she didn't want to go. She didn't want to go because she wanted to continue talking about this, what exactly was going on. Yeah, so
would you not let her call her kids? Did you take her phone and wouldn't let her call her kids?
Did I take her phone? All right, at one time I did get her phone that morning because she was looking through my phone. So I'm like, let me look through yours because you looking through mine. So basically that's what happened.
Okay, well, so was her phone in your pocket when the police got there?
Yes.
Okay. And also, you tested positive for THC and PCP. What's that about? You using drugs again?
At one time, I tested positive for PCP in September of last year, and after that, I started a rehab. I started outpatient rehab center out here in Lake Charles, and I've been clean since.
Been clean since. Okay. Where is she today? Are y'all still talking?
We still be talking. We talk. Matter of fact, I just talked to her last night. She was supposed to be here, but I don't know what happened. I just talked to her last night on the phone.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering where she was. That sure would help your case. Now, why you said you pled guilty?
All right, I pled guilty because my parole officer had told me if my charge get dropped down from to like a lesser misdemeanor that's not dealing with a victim, then I wouldn't get violated. So after she signed the affidavit, I was gonna wait. But once I went to court and they asked me if I wanted to plea out the criminal mischief, I just went ahead and did it because I didn't think I was gonna get violated.
You know, we sent a memo out, and that's what making me question that. We have told all parole officers never tell you you're not going to be violated, because you could be violated even with no charges, much less pleading guilty to a charge. You understand?
I understand. So,
Yeah, I have no further questions.
I'd like to address something you said to Mr. Freeman that doesn't seem quite right according to you went to an outpatient rehab in August, is that correct? Sir? You went to you went to outpatient drug rehab in August of last year?
no, I started in September last year. Oh, hold on. I ain't gonna, hold on. I went to an inpatient rehab in August last year. I put myself in inpatient rehab in August of last year, like a week after I paroled out. And then I started outpatient rehab in September last year.
And you had a failed drug test in November.
It was September. Not November. No, right.
Okay.
I can't remember the date.
Why did you not report to the day reporting center? You were supposed to go to day reporting center and you never completed the intake.
You talking the reporting center, the mental health over there? Me and my me and my parole officer, we had an agreement for me to go to the Imperial Health on Kermit Street, and I was going into my Medicaid, and it ran out. I had to renew my Medicaid.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Not much, but tell me about the knife. Whose knife was that?
That was hers.
It was a folding knife, huh?
I suppose, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have it and threaten her with it?
No, sir. Because when the police went in, she had the knife. But she wasn't threatening me with it either. She was just in the kitchen with it.
Okay. I don't have any questions. I think I know what's going on.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am. You pled guilty in court to the criminal mischief, which was a big break from the charges that you had pending. Not find you guilty of violating condition number 4 and number 10, and I vote to revoke your parole.
Mr. Prater?
Concur, yes, ma'am, I concur. That's all I'll say, 4 and 10.
Mr. Bertrand, I also vote to revoke. I think that you had a difficult time on supervision, and I'm not sure you've been as forthcoming with the facts of the matter today. I find you guilty of number 4 and 10. You have been revoked today, sir. Okay, this is the 11:08, and we're signing off in CACACIEU Parish. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, bullish.
Okay, the Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled here in Baton Rouge. We're at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. The time is now 11:15. Would the staff there introduce yourself?
Good morning, Deputy Mulberry with Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Do you have our offender ready?
Yes, ma'am, I have Jonathan Mills.
Right. All right. Good morning. Is it morning still? Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. On my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Virtually is Mr. Steve Prater. My name's Ms. Ledoux. I'm going to be conducting this hearing. It's a revocation hearing. Before we get started, do you happen to have the parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
The paper I gave you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Let me get it.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you answer the questions. You do not qualify for appointed counsel.
Okay, here, I have it, ma'am. Go ahead.
So you recognize your signature and those answers are still correct. You do not qualify for appointed counsel.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
And you do have a retained attorney here today.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Mills, you're a first felony offender, and you have been accused of violating two conditions of your parole. I'm going to read those conditions into the record, and I'm going to ask you to plead either guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Okay? Number 4, allegation 4 said you were booked for parole violation and a warrant filed under item G20366-22, fraudulent firearm and ammunition purchase, mandatory reporting. On August 15th, 2024, it was amended to false swearing, class 4 misdemeanor, and you pled guilty to the amended charge. You were sentenced to 1 year parish prison with credit for time served. How do you plead on that allegation?
I plead not guilty, ma'am.
And number 5, you possessed or controlled a firearm on 7/17/2022. How do you plead? Yeah, I think they're frozen.
It looks like his screen may be frozen, Ms. Chairman.
Yes. And I can hear you, so go ahead and what would you plead to that?
We would plead not guilty to the that allegation, Judge. But we would also like to make a statement.
Okay. And we will do that at the appropriate times. Do we need to pause for technical? And for the record, sir, would you please state your name and your relationship?
Good morning, to you all, to you as well, Mr. Prater. My name is Attorney Devin Jones. I am the attorney for Mr. Mills. Joining us is also Mrs. Eloris Mills, who is his mother. And his godfather is also there. His name is Wilson Thompson. They're all in a they're sharing that same screen with Ms. Mills.
Great, thank you. We need to get Mr. Mills back on, so we'll just pause for technical issues. Hey, Mr. Jones and also Ms. Mills, I wanted to update you. The facility is having some technical issues. We are going to suspend this case, go to another case, and then we will come back. Okay, so you'll need to kind of stick with us, but we need to go on and hear another case until they're. They'll text you when we're ready, okay? Thank you very much. So we're going to sign off at 11:25 there. Thank you. Hey, good morning. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. We are hearing an offender at Madison Madison Parish Jail. Is there any staff there that is assisting us today?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Could you identify yourself for the record?
C.O. Williams.
Okay. Thank you, Williams.
Ma'am.
The parole panel today is consisting of Mr. Steve Prater, Mr. Pete Freeman, and my name is Jerry Duke. We're going to be hearing Ms. Carter, would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number for the record?
My name is Andrea Carter. I don't know my DOC number.
Okay. Would you give me your date of birth?
08/25/1999.
So your DOC number is 727740. Ms. Carter, do you have in possession a parole revocation questionnaire that you see your signature on? Do you have any paperwork in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So one moment, we'll put it on the screen for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. And do you have an attorney today that you hired?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. What I'm going to do is read some parole violation allegations against you, and you're going to give me a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Okay. Rule violation number 4, you failed to refrain from criminal conduct, which led to your arrest on 5/22/2024 at Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office. You were charged with battery on a dating partner. On 8/8/2024, the charge was rejected by the 21st JDC. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. And number 10, you're currently in arrears $630 toward your supervision fees. How do you plead?
Guilty.
We do have today in attendance on Zoom your mother and your sister. Your mother would like to make a statement on your behalf. So at this time, Manella Carter, do you want to address the panel?
Yes, ma'am.
Just go ahead, say what you have to say.
Okay, I am the mother of Andrea Carter. And when all this happened, it wasn't no hand touching or nothing. Actually, the girl is kin to us, and they was arguing and stuff. And I did call the police, but I didn't call the police to press no charges on her, nothing. I am a single mom. And I took her all my kids, and if my kids say something to disrespect me, I just get them from anything happening or anything. I just get them off the thing, and for her to come back, not for them to put no charges up on them. I love my children, and I don't want to see my daughter. My daughter have a talent, and she's blessed. And the next day, they took her to jail. My baby was to start a job the next day. And I just feel like they just been holding her for nothing. But we told the officer, do not put no charges up on her. He just said he was going to make her leave and then come back. And then 3 months later, we had started going to church. We had got into church and everything. And 3 months later, this charge come up. And I just feel like that it wasn't right. But I just ask that they, give her a chance. She's young. And I love my children. Like being a single mom, I had 6 children and one of them died. And I just want my daughter to have a chance at life. And that's all I'm asking is that they give her a chance that, she can get out and do right. I know this really got her head together. And I don't like to see my kids up in jail, but, God do everything for a reason. And I just think that it's unfair, but like life is unfair. But I just ask that they give her a chance that she get out and do right. I know that she's going to go in the right path.
Right. We thank you. Appreciate your support of her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, would you like to begin our questioning?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Carter, tell me about the incident that occurred where this other lady ended up with some scratches and a knot on her head. And who was that lady?
That was my cousin, and we never did get into any physical fight. We had an argument. So where the scratches and the bruises came from, that was not there.
Okay.
Those were not there at all, sir.
Okay, did she recant all of this to the district attorney's office?
Oh, What is that word? What do you mean by that?
Did she take all this back? Did she tell the DA none of this happened or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's why they dropped the charges, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you in any kind of relationship with their cousin, or was it just?
No, no,
Okay.
sir.
Because what I was interested in was when you signed up for parole this time, you mentioned that you were getting some threatening emails or something from someone. And
Yes, that was an old girlfriend. She was like threatening me through text messages and everything, sir.
Okay, that wasn't the same person, what I was getting at.
No, sir.
Okay, all right. And how long have you been on parole?
I've been on. I've had a 7-year sentence. I've been on parole for, I want to say, it's been a little minute. Like I just came home like 11 months ago. So
Okay.
it's been about 3 to 4 years.
And when you were on parole before, 2 different times you've been revoked, is that right? Were you revoked or just held on technical violations?
No, I wasn't revoked on parole. I was revoked on probation, I want to say.
Okay. It was probation, not parole, I'm looking at them. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Can I say something, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's what this is for.
I can admit to my wrongs. When I do wrong, sir, I can admit to that. But I didn't do anything wrong this time. Not this time, sir. Like I would be confront and upfront with you and tell you, yes, sir, I did this and be willing to take my punishment on what I've done. But I didn't do anything wrong this time. And from her making a mistake, she went and told them she made up a lie.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
I don't have any questions.
So were you previously sanctioned for drug problems? Or?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you admitted to use of drugs in February of 2024, and you were sanctioned for that. You were verbally reprimanded.
You said no, I never did a sanction for drugs.
You've had a self-reported drug use.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, not me. I never did a sanction for drugs a day in my life.
You didn't do a sanction because they just reprimanded you.
They gave you a verbal
They gave
warning.
you a verbal reprimand. They did not put you in jail. They didn't send you anywhere. They gave you a verbal reprimand and said, don't do this again. But you did tell them that you were using drugs. So stated that she recently smoked a blunt containing marijuana and would fail the drug screen. And then she fussed at you and reprimanded you and let you go. Did that happen?
No, ma'am. She wasn't my PO at that time. A man was my PO.
Okay.
Okay, the reason I bring it up is I want you to be successful on parole. And I want to address, if you're having a problem with drug use, let us help you so that you can be successful. That's why I brought it up. You were sanctioned for drugs. I don't understand why. This is Nicholas Gross. Nicholas Grow is who wrote this. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your PO, right? That was your PO.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you having problems with drugs?
No, ma'am, I'm not having problems with drugs, but you know, I could use the help.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to find out if there was something, to help out. And that's all the questions I have. Mr. Prater, are you prepared to vote?
One more question. Do you have any violent crimes that you've been charged with in the past?
Like when you say violent, sir, like, what do you mean when you say violent?
I just want to hear what you say. There was any violence against somebody?
I want to say yes, but I also want to say no because it wasn't on my sheet. And that was the person that I told you about that was sending the threats.
Right.
That's the person I was telling you about.
So what I'm trying to do is figure out, because I never want to parole somebody or vote to not parole them or vote not to revoke them and keep them in jail if they're going to get out and hurt somebody.
I wouldn't, sir. I promise you I wouldn't.
Well, that's what I'm asking, if you've ever done that in the past.
No, sir.
Okay, I'm prepared to vote. Are you ready, Madam Chairman?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I'm willing to take a chance on her. I think that the fact that her mom was there and that there was an argument and I don't know what all happened, but I don't know. I just, for some reason, I feel like that she's being truthful with us, and she was truthful when she checked in at the parole office, and she self-reported her drug use, and anyway, I think we ought to take a chance on her, or that my vote is that I will take a chance on her and not revoke her.
Okay, Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, it's a very tough call, Ms. Carter. I'm gonna tell you, your mother says she called the police to get you out of the residence, so there had to be some kind of confrontation going on for her to call the police. And when you call the police, somebody's gonna get charges pressed on them most of the time. But with the affidavit saying that you hadn't touched her and the DA did not pursue the charges, my vote today is going to be to not revoke, but add a special condition that you and Ms. Wells don't get in the same vicinity. I know she's your cousin, but I don't want y'all around each other.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Carter, I'm concerned about your drug use because that's going to set you up for failure. So I'll concur with my colleagues and do not revoke, but I do want you to have a substance abuse evaluation and do some outpatient substance abuse treatment. You got to get that under control because what you do when you're high or whatever is not the person you are when you're not. Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so today you have not been revoked. However, special conditions have been placed upon you that you have no contact with Ms. Wells and that you get a substance abuse evaluation and follow any guidelines that they recommend.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And we don't want to see you here. All
You
right.
won't.
That's the only. We're signing out at 11:43. We have no other business there. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Okay. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. And we are going to be hearing an offender at SABINE Parish Detention Center. Do we have anyone on staff there at the facility? Okay, so we don't see anyone on the screen. If you can activate your screen and unmute. The Louisiana Committee on Parole, and our remote site today is West Baton Rouge Parish Jail. The panel here is in Baton Rouge. To my right is Pete Freeman on virtual. It's Steve Prater. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Do we have staff there in support at West Baton Rouge?
Yes, Warden Juge at West Baton Rouge.
Louisiana Committee on Parole. And we are going to be hearing an offender at Thank you, Ward. Okay, so we have before us Mr. COY SIMPSON, is that correct?
No, AHMAD ELLIS.
Hey, Mr. Ellis. AHMAD Ellis. The wrong one. Hey, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you state your name and your DOC number for the record?
AHMAD ELLIS, 604361.
Okay. Mr. Ellis, going to read some information from your record into from your master prison record into the record. You're a third-class offender. You're currently serving a 7-year sentence with possession with the intent to distribute cocaine. You were on probation when that occurred. You have a parole eligibility date, March 22nd, 2025. Good time date, September 6th, 2025. Full term date, June 22nd, 2030. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why are you before us today looking for parole? Why do you think we should release you?
Ma'am, I learned my lesson, and I take responsibility for what I did, and I realized, like, I learned a valuable lesson. Don't play with your freedom, and I kind of like, I kind of rehabilitate myself, working. Got in a good time class, and I need to be out there, for my mom and my sister, and and do better in life than what I was doing.
What were you doing?
I was selling drugs, trying to follow the wrong crowd, and I ain't want to listen to nobody, and like my mama, always told me to stop, so they had to take me to do jail time to realize, I just.
You're a third class offender. It took you a couple of times to get the message.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have, Mr. Randall Meyer, Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office, today in opposition, who would like to speak before we begin our questioning.
You come in now. Okay. You see.
Mr. Meyer's connecting, so we'll just wait a moment for him. So we'll go ahead and begin our questions. Why don't you begin, Mr. Freeman? What would you like to?
Mr. Ellis, were you on drugs?
No, sir.
Have you ever received treatment for drugs?
No, sir.
Have you ever done drugs?
Yeah, but marijuana, that's it.
Marijuana?
Yes,
Okay. All right, but you were arrested for possession of cocaine. What would you do with the cocaine?
Make some, I was selling it, sir.
Operational vehicle, I talked to. How long have you been in jail?
Since last year, June.
So about what, 1 year and 3 months, 4 months? That's what I had. 5 months, okay. Of a 7-year sentence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut through the chase. The bottom line is you only been in the jail 1.5 years on 7 years. You only have 90 days of good time, so you haven't taken any classes. If you take your classes, you're gonna get out before your parole date. If you get your year of credit.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Are you in the transitional work program?
Yes, ma'am.
Steve, y'all got any classes over there?
Yeah, but they're letting me take class, one at a time.
All right. Mr. Freeman, yeah, we do have classes over there. We don't have as many as we have at the jail, and for that reason, they can only enter one class at a time and complete that class and then get on the list for another one.
Yes, sir, I understand. So, and you saying you don't use drug, and I got written down needs treatment bad. I mean, I guess because I saw the DWIs and the other stuff on your rap sheets, but I have no further questions. Mr. Ellis, I know this is probably the first time you've done time.
Yes, sir.
And I think you sound like you're all learning from it, but I think you need these classes, and you're gonna get out. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, your parole date's not until 25, and your good time date's 6 months later. So, you pick up a couple classes, and you're gonna be out before your parole date.
No,
but that's just my statement. I mean, the other board members may feel different. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Myers has joined us with Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office. Would like to submit, Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Randall Myers, Assistant DA Jefferson. And I've got some of the same issues in my mind that Mr. Freeman has. And the lack of programming is a concern. And looking at his rap sheet in 2005, he had a possession of marijuana as well as alcohol in the vehicle. And then 2021, 16 years later, has an operating a vehicle while intoxicated, suggesting to me that there is an issue with substance abuse and that some long-term substance abuse treatment would be appropriate for him. And, only the programs that I see listed is just the Louisiana Risk Management Model phases 1 and 2. I don't see any other programs that he's completed. And, you know, I like the fact he's in the transitional work program that could help him with, you know, getting some things that he needs to be able to get a job and work, as opposed to selling drugs. If he's simply was selling drugs to make money, you know, so I think programming would help with that issue as well. So at this time, we're opposed for those reasons.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
I just want to get it straight in my mind. In 2023, he was sentenced to 7 years in jail. In 2024, where we are right now, he's already coming before us for parole, but he's going to get out no matter what. In September, less than a year, he's getting out anyway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. But
Okay. This seemed like almost a waste of our time. I mean, you're not even eligible for parole until March of next year. And then you're gonna get out 6 months later, no matter what we decide about parole then or now. And it's a 7-year sentence of which you've served very little of. And I'm glad that you're doing good, and I'm glad you've seen, I assume you've seen the bad of your ways, but this is kind of almost verging on ridiculous here. But I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Ellis, what type of job are you doing in work release?
I'm working at a fab shop.
Are you making any money?
Yes, ma'am. I'm making a little money.
Good. Then hopefully you'll have a little bit more money when you get out. Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to vote?
Yeah, Mr. Ellis, like I said, I mean, I think you're doing well, and I hope you can continue doing well. Warden Juice, the next time he gets eligible for a class, I would really like to see him take Thinking for a Change or something drug related. Because if we try to send him to treatment, he won't even be finished.
I mean,
and he's making money. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Prater, yes, Mr. Prater.
Yes, I vote to deny. Hadn't served near enough the sentence that the judge gave him, and I'm glad he's doing good, and he seemed like a nice fella and real respectful and all that, and I wish him well. But when you do something and you get sentenced to something, you got to serve a little bit of the time at least, and we got to go. Just hadn't been enough.
Alice, my vote is to deny. So we hope that you have some time to earn some money, and you'll maybe get a class and be prepared when you are released next year. So today your parole has been denied. Thank you.
You're not on the docket. You see, well, I'm saying, who did you talk to before we do that? About the parole project? Yeah, Andrew. I know him, I was in Angola.
I can see this is good. Oh, wow.
It's 12:05. We're still at the West Baton Rouge Detention Center. This is the parole panel. Today, serving on my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Virtually is Mr. Steve Prater. My name's Jerry Ledoux. Mr. Simpson, could you give us your DOC number?
355-144.
Hey, Mr. Simpson, we find that you have violated a special condition that was placed upon you in lieu of revocation. Special condition number 13, you were not revoked in your hearing on April 1, 2024. The board ordered you to complete 6 months in a transitional work program. You failed to comply. You were removed from that program. On 9/9/2024, you had a rule violation number 3, defiance, and a rule violation number 5, disobedience, aggravated, Schedule B. How do you plead to that?
Well, first of all, I plead not guilty, but at the administrative level, the write-up was never processed here at the jail because they found out that I had a medical duty status for a bottom bunk.
Okay. Are you currently serving in the transitional work program? Are you in work release?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why don't you answer Mr. Freeman's questions?
Okay, so did you get charged with a violating condition in number 3 and number 5 at the work release?
Yes, sir.
Did you realize that the only reason that you wasn't revoked the last time was that you complete the work release?
No, well, I got sentenced to when I got sentenced to work release.
Right, that was in lieu of revocation.
Right, I was there for 5.5 months, and 2 weeks prior to me finishing this, the officer told me to move my bunk. If you would read the report, I never got hostile with him. I never disrespected him. I used no type of vulgarity, no profanity, anything like that. And all I explained to him that I have a medical situation for a bottom bunk duty status. And he told me to put my hands behind my back, and he locked me up. And the people here at the jail, they never processed the write-up because they found after an investigation, the people here at the jail, they found that I have a medical duty status for a bottom bunk. That was given to me on my orientation and my intake when I got put in the center. I had been working for 5.5 months. I had no prior involvement, interaction, infractions with security or anything
So
like.
why not go in the other room and sleep on the floor like he told you? I mean, this was an emergency. A hurricane's coming. We got to move people. I mean, I just don't understand, you know.
No, I never,
walking out and trying to tell, I'm gonna call my attorney and call the sheriff. Mr. Jude, what do you have to say about this? Do you know anything?
Yeah, what I know, because I did look into it, he did have a bottom buck status due to seizures. I think the confusion came, Mr. Freeman, when that was the weekend of the hurricane. We were supposed to be receiving some trustees. So they were shifting some beds around in the center, asking, and he was told to move, and he told him, well, I have to have a bottom bunk, and I think that's where it all went. But he did have a medical paper in his file for a bottom bunk due to the medical conditions.
Okay. All right. I think we've got all the facts we need. We just have to decide what we're going to do.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Can we hear you, Ms. Prater?
I'm sorry, did you, no questions?
Okay, Mr. Freeman, what would you?
I move for an executive session.
I'll second it.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Prater,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes.
We will go into executive session for minutes to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back.
All right. Okay. Well, what you thinking?
To a breakout session.
Okay.
Hey, it's 12:13 and we're back in session. Mr. Prater's here, Mr. Freeman. We are prepared to vote. I call.
Steve Freeman, Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve Prater,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Simpson, I was assigned your case, so I'll vote first. You know, you did almost all of your time in work release. I can see where the ward's telling me, you know, this incident probably got a little touchy on both sides, but the bottom line is that you did most of your time. You did have that order to stay on the bottom bunk. There may have been some confusion, so today I am not going to revoke, and we will say that you finished that condition that we sent you there for, and you will be released on parole, back on parole.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater?
Concur, I think that's the right way to do.
Thank
Okay.
you so much, Mr. Prater.
And Mr. Simpson, long drawn out, but I believe that the appropriate thing would be to do not revoke, and you'll return to supervision on the street.
Thank you, Mr.
You know, you do have a full term date of 2040, so you have to follow all of the conditions until 2040.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, you've not been revoked, and we're signing off at 12:14.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We previously began this hearing, but were interrupted because of technical issues. So we're going to restart. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge. Today, serving on the panel, to my right is Mr. Pete Freeman, virtually Mr. Steve Prater. My name is Jerry Ledoux. We are hearing an offender at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. And we have staff. Is that Lieutenant Murphy? Is that correct?
No, Deputy Marlboro.
Jesse Marlboro, thank you very much. We're going to ask you, sir, to introduce yourself and give us your DOC number.
My name is Jonathan Mills, and my DOC number is 364990.
Okay. Mr. Mills, you're before this panel today for revocation, and you have a parole revocation questionnaire that you completed and confirmed a signature on earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are not eligible for appointed counsel. However, we do have on Zoom with us Devin Jones, who is your attorney. And we also have your mother, Aloris Mills. And at the appropriate time, we'll allow Ms. Mills to make a statement. Mr. Jones, when you need to work with your client, you can do so as needed. Mr. Mills, I find that you have two allegations against you. I'm going to read those allegations and ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty or guilty with a statement. You were booked for parole violation and a warrant filed for a fraudulent firearm and ammunition purchase, and a detainer was placed on you. On August 15th, 2024, the bill was amended to false swearing, which is a class 4 misdemeanor, and you pled guilty to that amended charge. You were sentenced to 1 year parish prison with credit for time served. How do you plead?
Plead not guilty.
Violation number 5, you possessed or controlled a firearm on or about 7/17/2022. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Mr. Devin had begun making some comments, but before we do that, why don't we allow your mother to make a statement and before we start questioning you. Mills, if you want to just talk to the parole panel and tell us what you want us to know. You're still muted, so you may have to push the button to unmute.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Jonathan Mills' mother, and I just wanted to say that I did send a letter telling you of my son and his behavior after he was paroled home was no faults. I had no faults. He abided by all the rules that the parole board had set for him. He came to this home, and as soon as he got out, he did get a job and he started to pay his money. He's never been in any type of trouble or anything. He's never disrespect or not try to help at home and keep a job. And his time out, the 5 years without any infractions, he went with no infractions the 5 years. It was going to be 5 years and another month. And we had an incident that happened at our house that I believe caused him to get unraveled. 2 young men was killed right in front of our door in the driveway, and he was home at the time to go out and see this. And we had the people who killed the young men, the 2 young men had just killed their brother a week ahead of that time, and they continued to pass in front of our door. I'm not sure if they thought Jonathan did see them, but apparently Jonathan did not know them. And it's just me and him here. And I did not I did not know about his feelings about these issues. So I can't say anything about that, but I can say that he's never missed going to his parole officer. The parole officer's coming here to see him. He never missed a payment. He had paid the day before. They asked him to come into the office and locked him up. And he did go into the office to the parole officer. They didn't have to come pick him up. And he followed all of the rules. Right now, he's behind in his parole payments. That's because he's been locked up for 2 years. But other than that, I had not one problem with him from the time he got out, September 2019, until the day that he left to go to the parole officer's office and was was incarcerated. No problems whatsoever.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us for the hearing and communicating that. Mr. Prater, if you want to take the lead on asking questions, and then we'll allow the attorney to provide some statements at the end.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, sir.
Why were you trying to buy these 2 guns?
Sir, I was at my home one night watching the movie, and I heard a couple of gunshots, and the gunshots sound so loud, I really thought somebody was inside of the house with me shooting. So my first instinct was immediately to get up and turn the lights out in the room that I was in and lie down on the floor. When I did that, I started to hear gunshots in succession behind one another like it was automatic weapon fire. And I stayed laid down on the floor until it was over with, until I heard cars, the wheels like scratching, like it was leaving, like it was getting away. Then I got up, and I had left my cell phone in the upstairs part of my house in my room. I got up to go and get the cell phone to call 911, but when I got upstairs, I could see red and blue lights reflecting off of the apartment building across the street from my house. So that was letting me know that the police was already out there. So I ran back downstairs and I opened up my front door. When I opened up my front door, I see blankets on the ground. I see French fries scattered all over everywhere. I see hamburger meat. I see hamburger buns. I see cold drink turned over. And then I see 2 people laying next to each other, and they're not moving at all. They have no signs of life in either one of them. They say that one of them had a slight pulse, so they tried to rush him to the hospital. So he died on the way to the hospital. That's what they say. But when I looked out the door, there was no life in either one of them. And they, from that, the crime scene stayed active all night till like maybe 2 in the morning. And a lot of people, I was getting a lot of phone calls from different people in the neighborhood and family members and friends asking me. They were saying that they wanted to make sure that that wasn't me and my mother, because we the only 2 lived there. They said 2 people was dead in y'all driveway. So they just wanted to make sure that it wasn't us. And so the following, maybe a couple of days passed by, and a neighbor that lives across the street from my house asked me, he said, "Man, did you hear all that commotion a couple of nights ago?" I said, "Yeah." I said, I watched both of them die in my driveway. He said, "Man," he said, "I got an idea who had something to do with that." And I said, "Who?" He said, "They got a black SUV that's parked around the corner that's got limousine tinted windows on it. And them guys was the guys that did that." So I came inside and I told my mom, I said, "I talked with our neighbor, his name is Will. And I said, Will said that the person who killed them 2 guys in our driveway the other night live around the corner, and they drive this black SUV Chevy Tahoe with black tinted windows. So my mom was telling me, no, she said, don't believe everything Will tell you, because sometimes Will can exaggerate about things, and sometimes he'll try to make believe that he knows things that he really don't know. So I want you to keep this black SUV in the back of your mind, because as I tell the story, black SUV gonna come up again.
Okay, Mr. Mills, let's kind of cut to the chase here. You're kind of getting kind of wordy on us. I want to hear what's in your mind, but I don't want to hear the everything about that night and after that. So what? Give us the bottom line.
The bottom line is that they had all this evidence, shell casings with fingerprints on it.
Right. Yes, sir. I got that. I've been to a bunch of them crime scenes.
A Ring video doorbell that was facing directly at our house that caught the whole entire incident on tape from beginning to finish. And then also 4 days prior to that, one of the brothers had gotten killed already, and one of the brothers who got killed that night in our driveway had fresh bullet wounds in his buttocks, because when his first brother was murdered, he got shot in the buttocks. So my assessment is that he told police at the hospital he seen who shot him and his brother and told him who it was, and that still, with all of this evidence, they still, as the news reports come back, they keep saying, we have no suspects, no suspects, no suspects. And they've got billboards up with Crime Stoppers saying we have $10,000 reward for if anybody can help us and all this.
Buy the gun. Why did you go try to buy the gun?
I tried to buy the gun because me and my mother was coming in and out of the house. I was leaving in the morning time to go to work at 6:30 in the morning. It was dark. A lot of times when I get home, it's maybe 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and it's dark when I come home too. So I'm looking in the bushes, where they said the guys was hiding that on the video. And I'm looking all around the corner, and I'm looking, and I'm real worried about them having all this evidence, and I'm wondering why nobody.
Mr. Mills, let me redirect you. You're killing us here with all these words. I want to know what's on your mind, but not everything that's on your mind.
Okay, what exactly you want to know? I can tell you, sir.
I want to know, why did you attempt to buy these 2 guns? Was it for self-protection? If that's what
Yes, that's
you're
all
telling us.
I'm sorry, home defense. I'm sorry, home defense.
That's what I want to hear. But it kind of confuses me. 10 millimeters. 10 millimeters is, that's kind of an unusual. Why did you select 2 large caliber semi-automatic handguns?
They said they saw on the video 2 semi-automatic rifles and a handgun.
Well, when you went to the store to buy these things, did you ask the guy for 10 millimeters, or did you ask him for some big guns to protect yourself?
I just seen 2 guns and I just pointed them out to him.
You didn't touch them though, huh?
No, not really, because he was talking to me about doing mostly about doing the background check. And I was telling him I was a convicted felon, but I didn't tell him that I was on parole. I told him I had a conviction note.
And he still let you fill that form out.
Well, he said that some people have convictions that are old to the point where they could possibly get a gun, anyway, even though they have that conviction. It may be so many years, but like I said, I didn't tell him I have parole.
But you knew you wasn't supposed to have a gun though, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did know. And it was stupid for me to do that.
Especially with what you're on parole for.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
That's all I have for right now, Madam Chairman. I may want to address something after the attorney speaks.
Okay, I just got one question for Mr. Mills. Okay, so Mr. Mills, why were you buying 2 guns? I mean, where were you going to leave them?
I hadn't even figured that out yet, sir.
Okay. And you did sign the conditions knowing you should not have a gun.
Yes, I did sign that.
I kind of want to ask you, why didn't you buy one off the streets as available as guns are?
Ma'am, all the people I talked to about guns on the streets, they were breaking into people's cars and burglarizing people's homes. And I don't associate with those kind of people.
Okay. Great.
I figured I'd go somewhere where law-abiding citizens were purchasing firearms and try and see if I could purchase one.
I appreciate that answer. Mr. Devon, Mr. Jones, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I just want to thank y'all all for y'all time and y'all patience with what's going on here today. I did submit a brief. I'm not sure if y'all got a chance to read it, but just gist of it all, like in preparation for this, I literally watched about 5 hours of you all's YouTubes just so I can kind of get a gist of kind of what y'all were talking, like, you know, kind of questions and stuff y'all have. And the resounding thing that I see about Mr. Mills is like he gets out, he goes to jail in the late 90s, and well, really like 93. And he's in jail for 24 years. When he gets out of jail, he like literally 17 days, I've never seen nothing like this. 17 days and he already has a job ready to go. His mom never helps him with it. He gets it himself. His entire 5 years or 4 years and some change of while he's out, he has 4 different jobs and he appeals to get his TWIC card. Like he's literally doing everything he does, right? I watched Mr. Prater and it stuck in my head. Like he always says the same thing to a lot of the revocation hearings is that parole is an opportunity for us to see if you can follow the rules, right? I think, and honestly, it's just proof in the pudding. Mr. Mills is that type of guy. Like he follows the rules so much so to his own fault, right? He could have easily have gotten, as you stated, Chairman, he could have easily, in today's day and age, he could have easily gotten a gun. He could have walked up the street and picked a gun up off of the ground, probably. That's how easy it is to get a gun in New Orleans. Like these kids have all type of guns, any type of way. He could have did all type of things. But from the case when we got it, when I've been on the case for 2 years, this man's been in jail for literally since that day. And he puts his name on the paper. He tells the man that he has a conviction. The man tells him he can run it anyways. And it just shows how honest he is. I think if given a second chance, I guess you would count it as a third chance, but if given that another chance, he is that type of guy that you won't see again. And if you did see him, you'd see him in Rouse's or something like that, helping his mom out to make groceries or driving his bike back and forth to the riverfront to work. This is a man who I feel as if deserves that next shot. And if y'all were to give it to him, you would not be regretful of it. I think Mr. Prater had one question about the sale of the guns. I know that was the issue why he was buying 2 guns. Through my own research as well as my own investigation, we were able to determine that those guns were actually for sale as a package, right? If you see what I don't know if they submitted the police report. If you see in the police report, they were to be sold as a package, and he didn't even really pay for the guns. He only paid the money to get the background check. And they was going to use that as, I guess, some type of deposit if it was to come back positive for him to get the guns. Everyone I literally talked to about this case, they just think it's so crazy because it's like he literally could have gotten a gun anywhere else and it would have just been a whole different thing. But I think it just shows how honest this man is, that he's in front of you all today. And like the district attorney's office, they didn't even want to try the case. They gave me the misdemeanor and I struggled back and forth. They've been giving me the misdemeanor. I just struggled back and forth with whether or not I wanted to face you all. But I think you will not regret at all Mr. Mills getting a second shot here, or third shot here, or another chance here. He comes from a good background. He made a mistake back in the 90s. He's not a repeat offender where this is his 4th or 5th offense. Like he made one mistake back in 93. He served his time 24 years where he became a trustee and was able to get out. And the only mistake that happened was to come in this situation where you've been surrounded your entire time, your 24 years in jail, and you get out of jail and you come out of the jail in the 90s, you get out of jail in 2000s and they have kids running around with automatic firearms, shooting everybody up. Cops are not catching people in the right amount of time, and he's worried. So I just think that's the testament of like why he makes that decision. I think he really learned from it in the 2 years. And I don't think revoking him for another 18 years would do any justice here. So we would just ask for your grace and mercy on behalf of Mr. Mills. I'm sorry I took so long.
Jones, I don't have any questions. I'd ask maybe a question after that, but I appreciate it, Mr. Jones.
Right. I tell you, I think I thought more about this case than I have any other cases today, and what I was going to do, and I've been praying about it, but this case is assigned to Mr. Prater, so you are the first to vote, Mr. Prater.
Well, I'm completely baffled and don't really know what to do about it. Mr. Jones paints a very good picture of him, and the fellow that we're talking about, Mr. Mills, seemed like a nice fellow, living with his mom, riding a bicycle to work and that sort of thing. And realistically, you know, most of us have some protection near us. But then on the other hand, when you're on parole for such as he did, you sign a paper that says you can't have them. But do we want to send him back to jail for that many years for trying to get some protection? He wasn't trying to get a gun to go rob something, I don't believe, because that wasn't the case. I guess what I'm saying is I'm kind of a little bit baffled, Madam Chairman.
Do you have anything to say, or sir, do you have anything to say there at the facility about his behavior?
I don't know the gentleman. I mean, I'm just handling the parole, so I really couldn't give you an answer.
Okay. Well,
I'd like to have an executive session. I don't want to prolong the day, but I'd call for an executive session.
I'll second.
No problem. We have a.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes, sir. If you kind of get to the point.
I just wondered.
Keep it. I said, just keep it short.
I was wondering, did they want to hear about my DOC, my life during that time of the 24 years or not? If they don't want to hear about it, then I'll let them go.
We know about.
We've got everything.
Okay, all right, okay.
Did well. We let you out at 24 years. You did well.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Yes.
Steve Prater,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go to the breakout room.
Be back in about 10 minutes. What they do,
executive session.
they go in a breakout room, which they talk among themselves where nobody can hear.
Have we returned roll call?
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes. Steve Freeman.
Yes.
Mr. Mills, we've all gone round and round on your case.
Mr. You ready to vote?
You're ready to vote. Mr. Prater's gonna vote first.
Okay, this don't sound like Steve Prater at all, but I believe your attorney, Mr. Jones, he paints a good picture of it. You've because of your age, because of what was going on in your neighborhood, primarily because you have served now almost 2 years for this crime. And I think in my mind, I'm saying you served a year because of the crime and you served a year waiting for this hearing. And so that's kind of like your penalty, 2 years for having done this. I think that we gonna give you another shot at it. You just seem like to me that you're the kind of fella that's deserving of another shot. And Mr. Jones, again, I appreciate your words. And so my vote is not to revoke your parole.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Prater is confused. Take it in my position, being ex-head of probation and parole, and I've never let anybody go that tried to get a gun. But you tried to do it legally. So it's not like you were trying to hide it, and you have served 2 years for it, which is probably the max you'd have got if you'd have got a gun anyway, but you would have been revoked, no doubt. So I'm gonna go along with him. I'm not gonna revoke, but I'm gonna give you a stern warning. You backing a whole lot of time. So think things through. And if you get confused, try to call that attorney friend because he helped you out a lot right there. I mean, he went above and beyond for being a public defender, and I want to thank him for what he's done for you. But my vote today is not revoked.
Mr. Mills, my vote is to do not revoke, to continue on supervision. Keep taking care of your mother. Keep doing what you're supposed to do. I don't think we're going to see you again. I don't think you had ill intent to harm anyone. I don't think there's a public safety issue involved here. He's on mute. We can't hear him.
I've since turned my life over to Christ. I'm sorry.
So you have not been revoked today. You will be continued on supervision. And we're closed out at 12:49.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Prater.
Thank you.
Well, then fuck it up. Everything I'm getting.
This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we're currently impaneled in Baton Rouge. And the time is 12:58. We're hearing an offender at Sabine Parish Detention Center. On the panel today, virtually, is Mr. Steve Prater. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Sir, would you introduce yourself and give us your DOC number? Okay. Staff, would you introduce yourself before he does? Hit the microphone button for audio. Okay, could the staff introduce themselves there? Okay, sir, would you introduce yourself?
Can't hear you.
Christopher CACACE.
Say your last name again for me.
CACACE.
CACACE, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Debating on how to say that.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
CACACE, you're before this panel today for parole violations. Before we get started, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you that indicates that you're not eligible for appointed counsel? Do you see any paperwork? We'll put it on the screen. Look, we'll put it up on the screen.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait, you have not signed that.
I haven't signed it.
I don't see where it says I don't see the offender signature. So let me just ask the questions. Are you currently under medication for mental illness?
No, ma'am.
Can you read and write?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand the allegations against you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So based on that, then you are not, do you want to speak on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. You're not eligible then for appointed counsel and you do not have retained counsel, it doesn't look like. I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then you're going to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty or guilty with a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Allegation to condition number 2, you failed to report for the month of July 2024. How do you plead?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I did fail for that 1 month. That's the only month that I had failed to report, but I was at work that day. I was doing electrician work. I was working on generators and.
Let me finish the rest of them and then we'll discuss all that, okay?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, number 3, you failed to reside at your listed address. Agents attempted to contact you on January 6th, June 6th, June 14, June 20, left a card each time, June 25th, June 27th, left a card, July 1st, and you did not make contact with your agent, so a warrant was obtained. How do you plead?
Yes, ma'am. My phone had broke and I had no way of getting in contact with him with me going to work every day.
Okay, so you're guilty of that. You failed to reside at your listed address. Agents attempted to contact you on all of those dates and you did not make contact, so you were not residing there.
No, ma'am. I do live there.
Okay, so pleading not guilty to that condition.
Yes, ma'am. Not guilty.
Okay, and number 10, you're $126 in arrears on your supervision fees.
Yes, ma'am. I had the money to pay him the day I went and seen him. So I've only missed 1 month, and that set me 2 months behind because he arrested me when I got there.
So I'd like for Mr. Freeman to begin the questioning.
Okay, Mr. CACACE, when you were signed up, you realized you needed to keep in contact with your probation officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you missed the months of June, you're admitting that they did leave cards at your house and you didn't get with them?
I didn't get to see the cards, but my grandma had got in touch with me not too long before I had went there. See, she works early in the morning. She has to go to Natchitoches at Pilgrims, and she leaves at about like 3. So I was working in Zawali, which is about 15 to 20 minutes up the road. Well, I have to catch a ride with her every morning and get dropped off at my mother's house, which is in Zawali. And then I work well, I did work right across the road from my mother's house at a warehouse over there, doing electrician work for Chris Rivers, doing generators and breaker panels from inside of the house to the outside of the house or outside the inside.
Okay, do you think you'll still have that job if you get out?
No, sir. He was helping me out. I don't have a college or a GED from high school, and you know it's real hard to get an electrician job working underneath someone, and I was working underneath him, and I just don't think it'll work again with me being on parole still or nothing. Maybe once I finish this, then maybe yes, I can get back to my career, but right now that I lost that job.
So, yeah, you know, like I said, this your only violation. You out for a total of what, 4 months before you got arrested?
Yes, sir.
And you reported to the parole office, and that's where you were arrested?
Yes, sir. I went the next month. See, I knew I had missed, so I went the next month and to go see him, and I had let him know that I was working and that my phone
Yeah.
had broke. But
You had
yes,
a payment with you when you went, you said?
I had the money on my credit card. Well, it's a debit card, but I didn't have a money order,
Okay.
and I had to go get a money order. But he had, you know, like I said, he had arrested me, so I didn't get to go do it that month.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Prater?
So am I reading this right? You've been revoked before, or tell me about that.
I revoked myself because they said it'd be just quicker, and my family told me just to go ahead and get it out the way. So I had revoked myself, and I just did 8 months and 22 days on this charge, and then they had let me out on parole. And like I said, I've been working at Fine Line. I got a good job and everything. I support my kids and stuff, and I missed one time. And like I said, I didn't get in touch with him when he said I missed that month. I didn't have a way to get in touch with him, and he arrested me as soon as I went and showed up.
Okay, so you didn't have any previous charges been revoked, or a probation or a parole that you've been revoked on earlier?
It was probation. I revoked myself on, so I can just get it, and that's what I'm doing this parole over is what I just got through on. Like I only served 8 months and 22 days on 2 years. What's this right here? I only did 8
So
months and 20. Sir?
Okay, so you had a charge of something, and then you got on probation. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And then you did something to get you revoked from that probation. Is that
Oh,
correct?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think that is what it is. Yes, sir.
What did you do back then?
See, I was on probation for a domestic, and then I had got pulled over, and I caught a new charge that they had got me with on this one.
Okay.
So so really this is your second time to be on government, law enforcement, probation, or parole, and you've messed up both times. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
See, the last time they never revoked me, they had revoked myself just to get it out the way. I don't know if they was gonna revoke me or not, but yes, sir.
What I'm trying to determine is if if you gonna just abide by the rules or not.
Yes, sir, I will. I'm
Well,
good
I know,
on.
but you said that
Yes,
before, and you signed the paper saying you would if you could get out. Now, this is, if I'm reading that right, it's, help me staff if I'm reading something wrong. But you were originally sentenced in November of 21.
yes,
on something. What was that on?
on 21.
Yes, sir.
I think that was the domestic that I was on the probation for.
Okay, and then you were on probation,
Yes, sir.
and you didn't successfully complete that because of this new charge?
Uh, they did. I revoked myself on it, but also I wouldn't say because of the new charge because we never made it to this. I just went ahead and revoked myself. My mother and them said it'd be quicker for me to get it over with if I just revoked myself. And that's what I ended up doing.
Mr. Pete, can you help me here? Do you see anything?
Yeah,
with
I know what he's saying. What happened was he got put on probation. He caught the new charge. Instead of waiting till the charge was finished, which would have probably made him serve more time waiting in jail, he went on and revoked himself so he could get out. And then now that he got out, he got this for absconding. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
But you revoked yourself for a possession of cocaine.
Correct. He revoked himself. He had a pending
Yeah,
charge.
yes, because they had run it concurrent.
They did.
Yes.
But that was before.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. All right, that's all I had to ask.
My mother and my grandma, my mother was supposed to be on this meeting, but she's been waiting forever. And she said it's not working for her. But my grandmother, my mother was going to be a witness saying that I do live at that residence where I do live. And my grandmother sent in paperwork to the parole board of my pictures of my room. And also she sent my mail. My mail goes there too. That's been my same address since I was probably 9 years old.
But that's not part of the rules. The rules are that you prove to us every month where you live, and you be checking in with us. And that's the part of the it don't matter where you live.
Yes, sir.
You didn't follow the rules.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's and you're gonna be getting out in less than a year anyway, right? If we weren't your full-time dates.
Time.
I've already been in here for 3 months.
Probably get out tomorrow.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to totally admonish you for not keeping up with your parole officer. You need to keep up. They got to know where you're at. I mean, this man went to your house 4 times. I'm sure this could happen. Cards are left and things of that nature, but they got the warrant, and you did report to the office to get arrested. So it wasn't like you absconded trying to run away from us. You absconded because you should have been following the rules, but you wasn't. All right, point blank in the story. But you served 3 months. That's your current address, and as long as that address is verified by probation parole, my vote is to do not revoke and continue on supervision. But you got to remember, okay? I mean, you went out for 4 months, and then you did a report for the whole month of June. So I understand both sides.
Yes, sir.
But 3 months, okay? So, right.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to not revoke also with a special condition that you write an apology letter to your probation officer or parole officer that came by and left all of those cards. That's all. He had better things to be doing than to try to find you.
Yes, sir. And I did apologize, and I'll make sure to apologize again. I will do that.
I want them writing, and I want you to copy the parole board on it.
Yes, sir. Sure will.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll also go along with my colleagues and concur and do not revoke. Let me explain something.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervision means that we know where you are. You
Yes, ma'am.
cannot supervise someone that you can't find or that
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. Your job to be getting in touch with them and letting them know what's going on. I know the economies over there is hard. You'll be off in July, so hopefully you can get a job. Maybe they'll take you back, but you better fly right.
Yes, ma'am. And I will. And I appreciate that.
Your role has not been revoked. The time is signing off on SABINE Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, buddy. So if I approach your seven,
You're in a you yeah.
How do you eat this? What's his name?
Okay, the Louisiana Committee on Parole is holding hearings there at Caldwell Parish Correctional Center. Is there any staff there at Caldwell that can introduce themselves? Need to unmute.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Lieutenant Tatum. I'm head of transportation.
Thank you very
Highly enriched transition specialist.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. This is the Parole Committee. My name is Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Virtually, we have Mr. Steve Prater. Sir, would you introduce yourself and give us your GSC number?
My name is Edward Watson, DOC number 609745.
Mr. Washington, you also have several members of your family who are in support today, and I will recognize them. But before that, I want to read some information into the record. Sir, you're a second-class offender. You're currently serving a 12-year sentence for attempted home invasion. You had a parole eligibility date 4/5/2023, good time date 9/8/2028, and a full term date of April 6, 2029. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a rehear, or is it your first time to be heard?
This is my first time.
Mr. Washington, you have now an opportunity to tell this panel why you should be considered for early release today.
I used to have anger problems. I didn't know how to control my anger. And since I've been in jail, I made myself a promise that while I'm incarcerated, that I'm gonna learn how to control my anger. And since I've been incarcerated, that I've been doing a good job at it. You know, I've been in anger management, I've been in CC-REV, and all of them have things to do with my anger. And crime that over the past 7.5 years of my incarceration, that I reflect upon myself the bad decisions that I made in my past. I understand now more than ever the pain and trauma that I inflict on those who was involved. I am deeply sorry, and I do regret my mistakes. If I had 1,000 tongues, it still wouldn't express my positive. I take full of responsibility and accountability, how my actions affect others and myself.
I appreciate those comments. We have several people who would like to speak in support of you today. And I'll just go in the order I have it on my list. Jessica Washington, your sister, would like to speak in support. This time, Jessica, if you can direct your comments to the parole board and keep it within like 3 minutes.
Hello, how are you doing? I'm Jessica. I'm Edward Washington's sister. I thank y'all for giving me this opportunity today to speak on his behalf. I would like to say that my brother Edward, he's not a bad person. He just made some bad choices at life at a young age. I will hope y'all will show grace and mercy on him to give him a second chance at life, to get out, to help raise his kids. We have a job lined up for him if he do get out, and I'm gonna try to help him get in school to try to get his GED.
Thank you very much for being with us today.
Yes, ma'am.
McHenry. I'm not sure how to pronounce your first name, so Ms. McHenry, you'll introduce yourself and your relationship, and you can make a statement.
I'm not gonna show my face, but this is me. This is Deonta McCarry. I am the victim. I am his baby mother. Also, I'm the victim also. I'm here today to speak on my behalf or giving him a second chance. I'm well, you know the situation, but at this point of time, you know, I don't feel no type of way about him. I believe everybody deserves a second chance. Like he said, in the time that he been in there, he had worked on his anger problems. He have worked on the situation that we done been through. No, bye. But right now at this point in the stage, you know, we is in a better place than we was at first. I wouldn't mind him getting out, helping me help raise his daughter. Things could be hard, things could be difficult, but at this point, you know, like I said, we better than what we was at first. Like I said, he do deserve a second chance, and I think that he have got his stuff together, and he will do right.
Thank you very much for those comments. And then your mother is also Vicki Washington, wishing to speak. Ms. Washington. You're on mute. I'm sorry, we can't hear you, ma'am. You're muted.
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Vicki Washington, Edward's mother. My son, he's a good man. Can y'all feel in y'all heart to give him a second chance? Everyone deserves a second chance. His kids needs him. He loves his kids. When he get out, make sure he gets a job, and he always will have a place to stay. Just feel it in your heart to give him a second chance. Please, thank y'all.
Thank you very much for being with us today. Several people who are joining us not wishing to speak. Samantha Brandon, children's mother, Stacy Robinson, aunt, Miss Washington, niece, and Cassidy White, sister. At this time, Mr. Prater, are you prepared to ask some questions of the offender?
Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you, and good afternoon. Let me start by saying that. Before I get into this, on 2/21, you were charged with a discipline of 30D. Just tell me what that is exactly.
An inappropriate relationship. I was on trustee. I was at work, and I was talking to someone who worked there.
Okay.
And that was an inappropriate relationship.
Well, you got 30 days, good time taken away. And you got 60 days in segregation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was in 21. That kind of bothered me because, you know, that hadn't been that long ago, really. And you know the rules in there, and you violated the rules in there. So what concerns me about to make sure that you gonna abide by the rules once you get out, because that's so important. That's what parole is. I tell everybody, paroles will give you one more shot at seeing if you can follow the rules. And we look at your history to see you got in 2011 you had an armed robbery, in 2011 a burglary, 2015 a domestic battery, 2016 a domestic battery, and the 2017 attempted home invasion. And those bother me a lot. And so you're telling me that you've taken anger management and those sort of things and cage your rage and that, and you think that's made a difference in you?
Yes, sir. I ain't know how to control my anger.
How do you control it now?
I walk away. I go pray. I go work out.
Okay. And your good time release date's 9/20/28, and your full time's in 4/20/29, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're 31 years old.
32.
32 now? Okay. All right, that's all the. Well, let me make sure I understand this. Inappropriate relationship. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. I mean, I was talking to someone on the job. I'm gonna say, well,
Okay, you were on a job somewhere and you saw somebody and you talked to them?
yes, sir. No, we was talking, I was communicating with him. I had a relationship with him.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Freeman?
I just wanted to note that, the DA, the sheriff, the chief, and the attorney general are opposed, and your family are unopposed. And I have nothing further.
Mr. Washington, I don't have any questions that have not been answered in our discussion already. Your history of personal violence is concerning. And I'm so thankful that you have the opportunity to do those classes and programming. That's going to serve you well wherever you are, learning how to deal with your triggers. Is the panel prepared to vote, Mr. Prater?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote then.
Okay. I think Mr. Washington's done well so far and taken the right courses and all that. I just don't think that when you get a 12-year sentence that's serving slightly over half of it on a serious crime like this, when you have previous serious violent crimes, is sufficient. So my vote is not to grant parole.
Mr. Freeman?
I agree, Mr. Washington. I think you need to take a victim impact class. And I just do not think you're ready right now. So my vote is to deny.
I concur with my colleagues, so unanimous vote. Mr. Washington, you have been denied parole. That's the only matter before us at Caldwell Parish, and so we will be adjourning there at 1:32. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. We are impaneled in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today to my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Virtually, we have Mr. Steve Prater. My name is Jerry Ledoux. We're hearing an offender at TENSAS Parish Detention Center. Is our offender in the room? Is staff at TENSAS, can you hear us? The microphone button. Hit the microphone button.
Can you hear us?
Okay, you need to find the microphone button to unmute us.
Mute the audio.
Can't hear him now.
Yes. Can you hear you? Yes.
Great. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sir, would you please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Yes, ma'am. AVERILL Johnson, 553543.
Okay. Isn't technology wonderful, Mr. Johnson? Okay, you didn't hear our introduction, but you're before the parole panel, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Prater, myself, Ms. Ledoux. I'm going to read some information into the file, and then we're going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're a second-class offender. You're currently serving a 16-year sentence. You had multiple charges against you. Habitual felony conviction, simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, possession of cocaine, possession of heroin, aggravated burglary. You have a parole eligibility date, April 23rd, 2024, a good time date, January 5th, 2026, and a full term date is September 17th, 2026. Is that correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Johnson, you have an opportunity now to address the parole panel and let us know why you think that you need to be paroled today. Tell us why you're here and why you think you need to get out now.
The reason why I feel like
I should be given the chance to be out is because I made a lot of wrong mistakes in my life, but the biggest mistake I regret not making is leaving my 3-year-old daughter out there, who is now 17, getting ready to graduate, and the people, the charges I'm on, like I ask the Lord for forgiveness, and I ask them for forgiveness if I can see them too. But I miss my daughter so much. Like I didn't learn so much from this. Like I've lost so much. It just I'm just ready to. I know I'm ready now. Like more than ever. I'm way more mature. Like I just got everything in perspective. Like I just want to see my daughter graduate and my mother and them make them happy or whatever. And I know I'm ready. Like it was enough time. It was way past enough time, but like I promise, like I got my mind right now. Like I'm just ready to start working and take care of my daughter and help my mom and my pops while they still on earth. I've lost a lot of people, my brother, stuff like that. But I had all kind of classes and stuff, anger management, living in balance, all kind of sports certificates and stuff. I just ask that if it's some kind of way, like I just be given a second chance for my freedom again.
Well, I appreciate that. Those are some good comments. Mr. Freeman is going to start by asking some questions.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, good evening. How long have you been in jail on this charge?
14 years, 1 month.
Okay, and you had a total of a 16-year sentence?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
correct? Okay,
Yes,
they were run concurrent, so you did get a good break when you started because they were run concurrent, but you have done 14 of 16 years, which is it was a pretty good bit. Did you have a drug problem? That's what it looks like.
No, sir.
Okay, do you ever use drugs?
No, sir.
Okay. So what was the burglaries for and why were you robbing people everywhere?
I can't in jail for a simple burglary, a habitual dwelling for one of my friends. Like, you know, when you get married, like, and the wife get to take everything, and I kind of like, it was a stupid decision, like trying to get his stuff back or whatever, but that's the charge I came to jail for. And then after that charge, I regretted everything right there, like, cause I knew I just messed up because I was already on probation. But the other 2 charges, like the aggravated burglary charges,
Right.
they gave me that as I was in jail. Like they gave me 2 extra charges. Like the next day I went to court. I went to court for aggravated burglary. Then the next day I went to court for aggravated burglary. And those charges, like I was really like forced to take that, like, cause on one of the charges they had me listed as 6'3", red skinned with goals, and I was forced to take it. I didn't have no other choice because how they was doing stuff.
Which means you're forced to take.
Like I had to take the charge concurrent due to my charge that I came to jail for, sir. The simple burglar or habitual felon. Like they was gonna give me, I was gonna get time and I was gonna get extra time or whatever. And when the other 2 charges came about, like they came while I was in jail. Aggravated burglary.
Correct, but were you there to aggravated burglary?
No, sir.
So you're saying you wasn't there at all?
No, sir. I was incarcerated, and it's like they clean the books out with you. Like once they have something on a burglary charge, and then if they can't.
You didn't burglarize a lady and take $910 and some marijuana?
No, sir. That's the charge. They have me listed as 6'3", red skinned with 2 goals. That was clearly not me, sir.
Okay, and the victim says she identified you in a lineup, so you still saying that wasn't you, huh?
No, sir. She said she identified me. She gave a sworn testimony, which she listed me as 6th Street, red skinned with 2 goals in my mouth.
Okay, and the other aggravated burglary, when you, according, they say that you went into a residence belonging to Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, sir. They said with a fingerprint on a joystick. They said my fingerprint was on a joystick.
Okay, but you say you didn't do either one of those.
No, sir. I take full responsibility of the charge because about the charge that I came on, and it was only right that how they came about adding the charges or whatever, because the charge I came on and the Mr. McQuint situation with the joystick with the fingerprint on there, sir. I got that charge because that joystick was in a car of a friend of mine, and by me being in a car at the time of this charge happening, like my handprint was automatically going to be on the joystick. So I take full responsibility of that because I know right from wrong from that. Like, and I had a church to still be around that, but I still chose not to. So I take full responsibility of that. But like the second charge, the 6th Street and the red skinned with 2 goals, I clearly had no knowledge of that at all.
Okay, tell me what you learned from your classes. What about thinking for a change?
Like thinking for it, I learned that I gotta think a lot more than I gotta have patience with a lot of things, and I gotta think more because I know right from wrong, but I chose wrong, but now it's I just know that I gotta do right from here on out. Like I learned so much, like leaving my family, leaving my daughter, and stuff like that. Like it was the worst mistake of my life, and I regret that to the fullest. And
okay, where are you gonna live if you get out?
I'm going to Slidell by my girlfriend in Slidell, Louisiana.
Okay, where are you gonna work?
Is my girlfriend daddy has an electric company. Is the electric the paper. It's Taylor Work Maintenance Electrical Company.
Okay. What about this charge back in 2006 for first-degree murder? Why did they think you had committed that?
Because of the environment that I was living in New Orleans and the St. Bernard, around the St. Bernard projects. Like I got them charges, they both have got refused, but it's the crowd that I was around.
Yeah, you know, and I'm looking and I'm trying to listen to what you're telling me. You say you never used drugs, but you had a possession of cocaine, you had a public drunkenness, you had a possession of marijuana. Possession of marijuana, possession of cocaine, introducing contraband to a penal institution. What was that?
I'm not gonna lie to you, I sold drugs.
And what about you had another second-degree murder charge that was refused? What that one involved?
A mistake and identity somebody picked me out of lineup, but the charges got refused.
Okay.
Both of the murder charges, the charges had got refused in 60. One got refused in 60 days, and another one got refused in 120 days.
Okay. Okay. I see your write-up. You had the 21E in 2020. You had any other write-up?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's the only write-up you've had since you've been in?
I have previous write-ups, like when I first come in 2011, like smoking cigarettes. Like you couldn't smoke cigarettes in a located on area, like in a jailhouse. I had like altogether like 6 write-ups in 14 years, 7 write-ups.
Not really bad, but the last one was pretty serious.
And I had to, that's another charge that I got through. I had to do 2 years to get it reinstated off my off my record because that's one of the worst charges that I that's something I just could never do. Like I would never, like how I was raised, that's something I just couldn't do. Like it took me 11 years, and then on my 12th year, I guess that charge, like they threw that out, and believe it or not, sir, the officer that accused me of that charge got fired right after that, like 3 months later, due to 6 other people that had that charge with her. That's just something I can't do right there. Like I respect all females. Like like my daughter, my mother, my sisters, my cousins. Like that's just something I couldn't do. And that's the charge I hated the most. Like I didn't, like I just couldn't catch. That made me cry. That just took everything out of me right there. That's
Okay.
something I never do right there.
Okay, I just want to note that you do have victim opposition. And that's all the questions I have, Madam Chairman. Does anybody else?
Mr. Prater, do you have some questions?
Yeah, sure. Do you know Thaddeus Nathan?
Yes, sir.
And he was charged in the same burglary where your fingerprint was found.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about, I'm trying to figure out how your fingerprint got on a joystick. It's a man's house that got robbed. Tell me about that.
Because the name you just said, Thaddeus Nathan, that's somebody I used to be around, and that's the person that actually went on those charges. That's the person that actually went on those charges. And by me being around him with that game and stuff, like we used to play the game, and that's how my fingerprints get on it like that. But I know that the game had got burglarized, but I couldn't see the longer picture. Like 6 months later, I'd be in jail for that same game though.
How'd the game get into the guy's house that you robbed?
No, the game wasn't in the guy's house that I robbed. The game was already in the car that I was in.
But the fingerprints were taken from the residence of the aggravated burglary, it says.
Yeah, that's the same house that Thaddeus Nathan, that's the charge that me and Thaddeus Nathan was on.
That's right, but how did your fingerprints get in that house if you would never been there?
No, they say my fingerprint was on a joystick, sir.
But according to this, it says your fingerprints was in the house, but the joystick was in the car, right?
Yes, sir. I see that now. That's something new right there, saying that my fingerprint was in the house. Like when I first came on that, when I got booked with that charge, they never once told me that my fingerprint was in the house. They told me it was on a joystick, and my lawyer had no knowledge of telling me that. Like it was only that by my fingerprint being on that joystick, that's why I accepted that charge. They never told me that it was in the house, sir.
Well, all I'm saying is that the fellow that owned the house identified you from a photo lineup, and it says exactly fingerprints taken from the scene identify AVERILL Johnson and Thaddeus Nathan both.
See, they got my paperwork. My paperwork is all the way messed up, sir. I promise you, sir. Like if I can get my legal work and show you my paperwork, you will see different. Like they never, like the victim of that house, they couldn't. They never said that they identified me. Like they never said they identified me in my paperwork. Thaddeus Nathan, he was identified on that charge, but my paperwork was never. In my paperwork that I have, it was never identified, sir. God honest truth, sir. Like the paperwork just all messed up. Like you telling me new stuff right now.
I'm reading from the recap of the police report.
Yes, sir.
You know, it seems strange that you don't use drugs, but you sell drugs. But I've known people that do that, but you sell a lot, but you even get caught with small amounts on you.
Yes,
and
sir.
That seems unusual for somebody that sells drugs. Seems unusual that you run with people that commit these kind of crimes, but you don't do it. It seems unusual to get charged with a first-degree murder and then again with a second degree, and they get dropped. And there's a lot of times they're dropped because of a number of reasons. But I don't know, it just seemed like there's a lot of smoke and I'm looking for the fire around there and you're telling us you weren't even at this house. But we don't want to go back over all those. I'm just saying to see if you worthy of getting out. You're saying you're not even worthy of being in.
Like I'm worthy of being in because of the charge that I came on and me knowing right from wrong that gang came out those people's house and I still chose to be around that gang, still chose to be around the individuals that I was around. So I take full responsibility of that, me knowing right from wrong, sir.
Yes, well, I appreciate that. I really do. I'm not trying to be argumentative. Forgive me if I come off that way. I'm not trying.
No, sir. I need this.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom with the information that I have given.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, that's all I have.
Okay. We've discussed your case. If no one else has any questions, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, yeah, you did 14 or 16 years, but you know, the stories just aren't adding up. It's totally different. You have a terrible criminal history. You have a terrible supervision history. And my vote today is to deny based on criminal history and supervision and victim opposition.
Mr. Prater.
I concur with Mr. Freeman. I think that we need to go ahead and finish this on out to make sure, because I'm just not convinced that something won't happen if we let him out early, and then we'll look like we didn't do our job on the parole board.
Mr. Johnson, after reading your report, I was prepared to send you to a drug program to address any kind of substance abuse, and you would probably get out a little bit early. But since you don't have a drug problem, that would be a waste of time. So my vote today is also to deny parole. So your request for parole has been denied. We have concluded our business for the day and at TENSAS Parish, and we are signing off at 2:01. Thank you very much.
Thank you.